emergency of this pandemic. In mid-March, BART enacted a hiring freeze and implemented service cuts. We work with our unions, standing shoulder to shoulder on our response efforts to identify cost savings that have so far helped us to avoid layoffs. Our latest initiative
Is it YouTube?
is offering voluntary retirement incentives of 40%.
Can you promote me?
But I hear it in the other room. Do you hear it in the other room?
I'll go see. No, that's just Bob talking.
No. Are you sure?
And can you co-host me? Okay, so here. This is the output to YouTube here, Jackie?
It says live on YouTube.
But is this what YouTube is looking at your screen here?
I'm hoping so.
What we just named? Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. Good morning. Oh, Robert, I think you're muted or my speakers are turned off.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're a little muted.
I'm muted. How are you this morning, Mark?
I am wonderful for a ball game Thursday.
Do you have tickets?
I do to every game.
Really?
Wow.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well,
I'll go root for my team.
well, what's most exciting is to watch crowds at the Coliseum station.
Yes. Oh yeah. No, we'll be taking BART, so we'll see what it looks like.
I took a photo, put it up on Facebook, and I looked at that photo real closely. Hundreds of people are in the photo. Everybody's masked.
Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Good morning, Janice. I see you brought our mascot. Thank you.
We have a mascot?
Look at the camera.
Oh. Good morning.
Oh my God, my hair is messy. Okay. My mirror. Oh boy. Good morning.
Morning, John. Morning, Liz. Morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, Tom.
I didn't have a bar cup, but I love this cup. I love Hollywood. So
President Foley, as soon as our IT people let us know that we're ready to record, we will move forward.
Sounds like a plan. Good morning, Latifa.
morning. Well, that smoke is so terrible over in El Dorado County. I guess they've got military helicopters that have night vision and they're dropping fire retardant out. It's amazing what they're doing out there. We're so lucky with the air quality here. It's just.
Well, yeah, the fact that the wind shifted last week and are now kind of onshore, right?
A little while ago, I played Nora O'Donnell's news from last night, and they had pictures that the Tahoe Basin has the worst air quality in the entire nation.
I heard it was the world.
Really?
Yeah, that it was the worst air quality in the world. I know. That's a very sad statement on the forestry right now and what we need to do to be proactive.
In climate change.
Yes. Oh, of course.
Bingo.
The news about the loss of the retreating glacier on Mount Shasta had the final word was, but most people can't see it because of the smoke.
True.
How ironic.
Good morning, everyone. Audio check.
We hear you, Michael.
Loud and clear.
We are in a holding pattern, folks. We're waiting for our streaming to get lined up first. So thank you for your patience.
Just let's stay muted.
Madam Secretary, was that the good word that we could start?
I started the recording, but that was not the good word.
Okay, all right. All good.
President Bola, we can get started.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Well, good morning and welcome. I'd like to call the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Board meeting of August 26, 2021 to order. Please note, pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-0821, public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. This meeting is being live streamed and can be watched via BART.gov and apparently on YouTube as well. And presentation materials can be viewed on BART.legistar.com. For our public participants, your microphones are automatically muted. If you wish to speak on an agenda item, please dial *9 to virtually raise your hand when public comment on that item is announced. And when it's your turn to speak, you may need to dial *6 to accept the unmute request. Comments which have been received via email have been provided to the board and will be included as a permanent part of the meeting record. With that, Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Director Duffy,
Here.
Director Lee.
Here.
Director McPartlin,
Here.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman.
Here.
Director Simon,
Here.
Director Allen, Director Ames,
Here, morning.
President Foley.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Director McPartlin, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John. Introduction of special guests. Let me first turn it over to the general manager, who I believe has an individual to welcome to BART.
Thanks, President Foley. Board members, Bob Powers, General Manager at BART. It is my pleasure to introduce to all of you Alaric de Graffenried. And Alaric is our new AGM of Administration. And as everybody on this call knows, administration has three major portfolios: procurement, labor relations, and HR. And so he'll be overseeing all three of those portfolios as well as, everything else that comes along with those three portfolios. And he comes to us from DPW, and he was actually heading up DPW when we were fortunate enough to bring Alaric over to the BART team. And with that, I will turn it over to Alaric to address the board and introduce himself.
And thank you, Bob. Yes, I just want to say and thank you for the opportunity to come over and join the BART team. As Bob mentioned, I have over 14 years with the city, and before my time as working and for Public Works as their acting director, I have as a number of years of experience working in procurement with the city of San Francisco, buying everything from fuel to fire trucks to and the porta potties. So I'm hopeful that the as experience that I have there will ends up bode me well here. I've been riding in the BART system for nearly 20 years now, and the opportunity to come over and join this team that's going to change the shape of transportation here in the Bay Area for decades to come is a fascinating opportunity for me. As my short-term goals include having a series of as a one-on-one meetings with the BART as executive staff, along with and the board. I would hope and to meet with you all over the next in the several weeks, if not months, to try and learn some of the concerns, the issues that as you all have in each of your districts. It's because to me, something that is very as important to me is to partner with you all and to understand how I can work with you all to improve in the public contracting, the contractor outreach, and the workforce and development programs in each of your as your districts. So with that said, again, I just want to say, and thank you for as the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to working with and the team here.
Thank you, Alaric. As they say, welcome aboard. So thanks for joining the BART family. And as you can see from today's agenda, we can certainly use your assistance as we're acquiring garbage trucks. So any assistance you can give us in acquiring that sort of equipment, we'd appreciate it. So thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you.
And with that, let me turn it over to Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Foley. The BART board always honors all the volunteers who serve on our advisory bodies. We have 10 different committees composed of citizens that throughout the district. Today, I've asked the district secretary to promote 3 individuals who have been nominated to serve on 2 of those committees. The first I'll note is Shay Roberson. Shay is a member of the Community Resources for Independent Living. She's attended 3 meetings of our BART Accessibility Task Force, and they have unanimously agreed to nominate her for membership for 2 years. That committee oversees projects. They particularly focused on access and those escalators, elevators, accessible paths, travel, curb cuts. They scrutinize our stations on behalf of all the people who use our systems, and every single one of us at some time will probably benefit from the good deeds that they contribute. Shay, welcome, and I hope to see you at the meetings, and thank you for your volunteer service. As well, we have you online.
Yes. Thank you for having me. My name is Shay Robertson, gender pronouns Shay or they, them, theirs. I have been working for Krill for probably a year and a half now, actually, in travel training for one job. One job was travel training. One job was COVID-19 vaccine coordinator. And now the most recent new job hire is systems change organizer. So I just stepped into that role within the last 2 weeks. So I'm excited to at the possibility to be a part of BATF. And I just thank every single one of you for allowing me this opportunity to introduce myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shay, for raising your hand and volunteering. We now have, or if with approval of the consent calendar, we will have 18 members on the BATF committee. We also have 2 nominees for the Measure RR oversight body. The Measure RR committee has just published a very important review annually of our expenditures on projects throughout the district. And it's been a very accelerated year in their terms. And so the 2 members are stipulated in the bylaws for this committee that they be representatives from the League of Women Voters, which has 2 positions on the committee, and the American Institute of CPAs also nominates a committee member. And so I would like to welcome first from the American Institute of CPAs, Vinette Shoragi. I believe I see your name on the list. If you're here, you can raise your hand and smile, or if you would wish to say a few words, I believe you're from San Francisco. And
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, thank you for the introduction.
welcome.
And I'm glad to be a part of the Oversight Committee and look forward to working with you all.
Thank you very much. Your qualifications and efforts within the AICPA are extraordinary. Welcome on board. And also, I would like to welcome a new League of Women Voters representative who has just moved to the Bay Area after retiring from elected office, from working with the University of Oklahoma, and her name is Cindy Simon Rosenthal. Cindy, if you're on the line, you're welcome to raise your hand, say a few words.
Well, I just thank you for that introduction. We're coming up on 3 years living in the Bay Area, and I am a member of the Berkeley League of Women Voters. And I just am grateful for the opportunity to serve on this oversight committee. I have a strong and longtime interest in public transit, and I believe it's a key cornerstone of any kind of climate resiliency strategy as we move forward. So I just hope I can make a positive contribution and also build on the hard work of the directors themselves, of the staff who implement the projects, and the other oversight committee members. So I look forward and hope to be a quick learner if I can. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rosenthal. And of course, the entire BART board is interested in the League of Women Voters' mission to see that good government prevails. Thanks again. That's all, President Foley. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Any additional introduction of special guests? Seeing none, let us turn to our consent calendar and item 2. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Dufty, seconded by Director Rayburn. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Alita, you may address the board.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Appreciate it, President Mark Foley and board members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. I usually don't talk on consent, but I'm going to talk on consent today about the garbage trucks. I'm all in favor of us buying garbage trucks. Certainly something that can make life easier. And it's a tough job. I have all the respect in the world for people who do the garbage. They come where I'm at 3 times a week. But I'm not really seeing anything about the specifications of these garbage trucks. There's nothing here that says how these trucks are fueled. I maintain to you that BART is an electric railroad and hopefully soon to be powered by renewable energy. And yet I would hope that with these garbage trucks, we can power them with either electricity or some hydrogen sourced from renewable energy, or even some renewable natural gas, or at its worst, maybe straight natural gas. But I am concerned about the possibility of burning straight petroleum diesel. We want to get away from that. I could probably live with it if we're going to buy some 100% renewable source biodiesel. But as much as I want to see new garbage trucks, I think what we buy has to be in line with our sustainability goals. And that will also be better for those who drive them. We don't want people breathing in that straight petroleum diesel anyway, if we can help it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Staff, could you provide a brief response to that? Do we have specifications around that with these purchases?
Hi, President Foley, Bob Powers, BART General Manager. Yeah, we do have the M&E group within the operations portfolio has specifications around the purchase of these vehicles. The vehicles we need the vehicles now to continue the work that these folks, our frontline men and women, are doing. A lot has to do with cleanups, in and around the BART system, throughout the BART system. And so, we will be coming with a plan. Matter of fact, I got briefed on it, by Val and Rajiv on our sustainability and where we're going with EV charging, and a discussion on migrating the fleet, those vehicles within the fleet. If we can take the revenue trains out of this discussion right now, obviously they're electric, but where we're going with EV and EV charging through the system, and where the opportunities are to start transitioning the fleet to a more sustainable. But for now, we need these trucks, and staff's recommendation is to move forward with these.
General Manager.
Yep.
Shane Edwards, acting AGM operations. These trucks will be diesel, but they are Tier 4 California compliant.
Okay.
So with that, President Foley, we'll turn it back over to you.
All right. Well, I certainly would agree with Ms. Dupree in that we should look for opportunities to be as environmentally conscious as we can. So if there's the opportunity with this or a future purchase, we should definitely pursue that. And I want to thank Ms. Dupree for highlighting that as well. So thank you. Are there any additional public comments, Madam Secretary? Oh, and I see that Director Allen.
There are none. Director Allen has arrived to the meeting.
Okay. Director Allen, did you have comment on the consent calendar? Director Allen? All right. Well, with that, let's move to the vote, Madam Secretary.
Director Duffy,
Aye.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So let us now turn to item 3, our public comment portion of the agenda. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. Again, if you'd like to address the board, please dial *9 to virtually raise your hand. Do we have any public comment?
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her, as I speak generally. Always good to be back with you, and I expect very soon I will be riding BART once again and enjoying a greater sense of service, because I like frequent service and more expansive service, because I never know where I'm going to be. And so I want BART to be there for me as much as possible. I know it's not 24 hours like in New York City, but I think we're doing a lot better than we did. I was in Denver, and I'm going back, and I got to ride on the A line. It's a 23-mile electrified railroad that runs between downtown and the airport. There's a total of 8 stations on it. And I noticed on the rail cars that they have a 50th anniversary logo. I think that we too need to be thinking about, what do we want our 50th anniversary branding to look like? Because I think this is significant in heightening the awareness to the public of the importance of BART. Certainly that branding needs to be reflective of our values and traditions of equity and welcome and inclusiveness. And I think that Denver RTD logo certainly exemplifies that. And as I've written to you in some of my letters, how do we have a greater expansive consciousness of equity and welcome at BART? Because there's still systematic implications of definitions. And so how can we ensure that definitions do not exclude those who do not fall into definitions? And that is becoming something more aware of over time. Nobody should have to worry about being pushed the tracks, but everybody should be able to enjoy riding the same train together. Certainly, we want to continue our work with Clipper and hopefully getting some open payments going. As soon I plan to ride on the legendary and historic New York City subway and use their Omni fare system to be able to tap my card on it. Shouldn't have to have another damaged MetroCard story. So I'm going around to different places and learning about and enjoying public transportation. You can never have enough Grand Central Terminal in one's life. And yes, when I went to Denver and saw their Union Station development, the old and the new is very reminiscent of Grand Central Terminal. But you know, it's always nice to be back at BART. And there's really just reason why. BART is one of my favorites. Because BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Are there any other public commenters?
There are not.
All right. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's now turn to item 4, our administration committee, and I will hand the gavel over virtually to Chairperson Lee.
Great, thank you, President Foley. There is just one item, but a few sub items. So on body worn camera surveillance technology. So I'll pass over to staff for the presentation.
So thank you, Chairperson Lee. I'm gonna
Oh, I think there's a sound issue, Pam. We can't hear you right now, so just hold for a second. And Jackie, District Secretary, I don't know what to do here.
Travis ran to the next conference room, so just give us a minute.
Check, check, check.
Yep, we can hear that.
Are we hearing an echo at all, or does it sound okay?
It sounds clear, Travis.
Okay, well, this is Pam. With that introduction, I'll just turn it over to Chief Alvarez and Deputy Chief Franklin to walk you through the short presentation in today's materials, and this is an action item.
Actually, it's kind of muffled, so you may have to move closer to the speaker.
Okay, good morning, Director, Chief Alvarez. I just want to introduce Deputy Chief Kevin Franklin, who will walk you through the EDD in a very brief presentation on the Axon Officer Safety Plan that we were putting forth to help upgrade our existing technology with the use of the body cameras and our tasers. So with that, Deputy Chief Kevin Franklin.
Morning, directors. May I have my next slide, please? The EDD before you provides a bundled service agreement comprised of upgraded hardware and software products used to provide audio and video recording and less lethal use of force options. It replaces legacy equipment. It includes services to improve public safety and enhance transparency, including the ability to automatically activate body-worn cameras if a firearm or taser is drawn in a high-risk situation. It establishes fixed costs for Axon products and services for the next 10 years. Also, in order to comply with the district's surveillance and technology ordinance, the BART Police Department completed a surveillance impact report and draft surveillance use policy for the body-worn cameras as required by the ordinance. And this process included outreach to community stakeholders. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The goals of the project: to provide both sworn and civilian BART police personnel with access to body-worn cameras, enhance transparency with a new generation of body-worn cameras offering higher resolution, a wider field of view, and better sound quality, replace existing equipment that has reached the end of its serviceable life, and provide the ability to enable automatic recording of all body-worn cameras in the immediate vicinity of a drawn taser or firearm, eliminating the risk of failing to activate a recording during a rapidly evolving high-risk situation. Also gives us the ability to replace all body-worn cameras every 2.5 years and all tasers every 5 years to ensure the operation of our essential equipment. It also provides access to updated training for the new equipment and an unlimited supply of electronic training cartridges and targets, and it will consolidate all Axon software license and storage contracts into a single agreement. Next slide, please. The Axon Officer Safety Plan is a technology subscription that includes software licensing, data storage, and electronic equipment. The agreement is $6.7 million over 10 years with an FY22 cost of approximately $500,000, which has already been included in the FY22 budget for the Office of the Chief Information Officer. Next slide, please. Staff recommends the board review and approve the 3 motions contained in the EDD. 2 motions to comply with our surveillance ordinance and 1 motion for the procurement. Staff is ready to answer any questions should you have them.
Great. Let's go to public comment first, and then if any directors would like to ask questions or make comment, just use the raise hand function. So District Secretary.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Janice Lee and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I admit to you, I am not a technical expert in law enforcement or this type of technology. However, I have thought about it for quite a while. And certainly I support the idea of autopilot. We don't want to have situations where somebody can say that they didn't activate it, and we may not know the reason why it wasn't activated, and then it compromises the ability to appropriately investigate an issue. And I've even asked myself over time, how come these cameras just don't stay on all the time? But notwithstanding that, I think this is a good step in working toward eliminating the possibility of the camera being left off in a heated situation. And this isn't just about enforcing criminal matters. Such could certainly be helpful if somebody has a medical event, perhaps helping to have some kind of a visual cues on things. I know that if I was ill in the station, I would hope that there would be means that people could find me more easily. Certainly, I would hope such technology could allow a live stream back to the office as opposed to it simply being in the camera. So I think we have something good here, because anytime you're in a stressful situation, things can be forgotten. And I think this is an autopilot thing that will certainly help. I think it is worthy of approval, and it could help me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita. Brian Hopper, you may address the board.
Thank you, honorable board members. My name is Brian Hofer. I'm the Executive Director of Secure Justice. I also chair the City of Oakland's Privacy Commission, and I helped co-author your surveillance ordinance a couple of years ago. I recommend approval of this use policy. I really want to thank Chief Alvarez, Minu Balafi, Deputy Chief Franklin, Byron Toma, Matthew Burrows, and the rest of the staff for continuing to be proactive, reaching out to subject matter experts, community stakeholders on all of your use policies. A couple of you will remember last year when you cleared your first annual reporting cycle, we gave you an A, our highest rating. BART staff and yourselves, the board, you continue to be our shining star among this model. I work with about a dozen jurisdictions on this type of work, and by far you guys continue to act in good faith, and you're creating great work product. The instant on feature is new. It's innovative. I am extremely curious to see how it plays out. I think it's a good thing. And if you guys get good data on it when the annual report comes out, I really hope you emphasize and highlight any successes or reduced legal liability. I imagine your police auditor will be looking at that as well. This is a technical innovation that I think will solve the problem that Alita and others have just mentioned. So appreciate your effort and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
District Secretary, is that it?
That was the last speaker.
All right, thank you. You know, I'll just say that it's great to hear advocates, especially from Oakland Privacy, calling in. And I just want to, before we get into director comments and questions, just really thank staff for their huge amount of work. It's, as someone who's an advocate for my day job, it's not easy to please the advocates and get praise from them. So I don't take that lightly. I want to thank all staff who have helped put this program together. So in order of the hands raised, I'll go to Director Rayburn, then Director McPartland, then Vice President Saltzman.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Of course, BART was one of the first agencies in the nation to adopt body-worn cameras. That was November in 2012. And it was a bit controversial at the time, but I believe that our officers and the public see the benefits, and I'm very pleased to hear the speakers and in support of the use policy and the impact reports. We are a cutting edge agency and working toward consistent deployment of the body-worn cameras on all of our officers. And the surveillance policy has been shared with the public for 2 weeks for review, and I think it's very well written. So the issue at hand, though, and I want to call your attention to the fact that we're proposing a contract with Axon through the year 2031 for $6.7 million. Now, when we make long-term contracts like we have with Hitachi for our communication-based train control system, that's long-term for a good reason, that they're going to deliver that system by 2031. However, we're acquiring the Axon and maintaining them on an annual basis. And I believe that it's a prudent measure for us to limit the contract to 5 years rather than 10 years. And in the executive decision document is a table showing a chart of the funding expenditures over those first 5 years. And that total would be $3,560,61 over the 5 years. I'm going to propose a motion of support that we adopt the surveillance use and impact reports along with the proposed contract with Axon for a period of 5 years. And I believe that that motion should also include a slight revision to the impact report. On page 4, it refers to a 10-year lease contract. I think we should change that or just strike those words. So that's my motion. I believe it's in the best interests of creating a encouraging competition. And with technology, of course, change occurs and prices do tend to go down, I would want to be able to take advantage of that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Before we go on to other director comments, is there a second for Director Rayburn's motion? Seeing none, I would like to make the original motion to approve the contract as is for the normal 10-year length.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Director Dufty. We'll go on to Director McPartland and then Vice President Salzman and then Director Ames.
Well, I could end up saying a whole lot, and all of it is it would end up being laudable. I'm a little bit miffed with my fellow directors because I wanted to make either the motion or the second, and I already got undercut by my fellow directors.
And I will withdraw my second. It's all yours. Okay.
I second the motion. I am, and thank you. It's a magnificent system, and just like with Bombardier or other top-of-the-line institutions that and hardware and software and programs where we end up going sole source. I think that with these body cameras and the state of the art that we have, I think we're going to be in real good position with that 10-year contract. I also look forward from the standpoint of by replacing this equipment, any upgrades that we have that end up coming along as technology improves, we get the benefit of that for free. So I'm very much in favor of this, and I am very pleased to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McPartland. Vice President Salzman.
I support the motion, and I just wanted to say, looking back, I think adopting the surveillance ordinance that we adopted several years ago was so important. I learned so much from these reports. I knew, a decent amount about body-worn cameras and how they were being used at BART, but I learned a lot more detail, and I think putting that out in the public in one report is really valuable, not just from the privacy perspective, but just for people knowing how we use this equipment, which is expensive, and they should know how we use it and how it works, and it's important. So just really appreciate the report. I did have a question, even though I'm supporting the motion, just to Director Rayburn's question and concerns and his attempt to make a motion. I assume that this contract, as it's been laid out for the 10 years, we only get it for the 10 years. If we wanted to go back and renegotiate for some smaller amount of years, it wouldn't be the same contract. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It is an entire package deal, and the price was negotiated as a 10-year deal. It's not something that we can piecemeal for equipment or duration.
And I assume, just based on other contracts, that if we did try to go back and renegotiate to 5 years, we'd likely end up paying more per year, because that's just usually, if you have a longer contract, you get some sort of discount. Is that usually correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that I understand what Director Rayburn's saying. What makes me feel better about this is my discussion I had with staff about this, which is that we're not going to get the same cameras every 2.5 years. We're going to get the newest technology. So it's not like being locked in a 10-year contract for, the current cameras that we have. And so that makes me feel better about it.
Great. Thank you, Vice President Salzman, and for that clarification. Director Ames, and then Director Allen, and then I think we'll close director comments and go to the vote.
Thank you, Director Lee. I do appreciate Director Rayburn's comments, because technology changes, and I just wanted to hear about this technology. Are we like the first agency to really get this technology? And if there is new technology out there, maybe the board can reconsider. I don't know, it could be 5 years from now. But the board could consider going with another technology if it was superior. So I'm supportive of this motion. I just like to have this discussion about the technology changes and if there's an option to exit the contract if necessary, because I think this technology is incredible. And to all the people out there that have spoken and the directors that are supporting this, I mean, this is that we're at the forefront of public safety, and I appreciate all of the staff and the outreach that was done. Thank you.
Can someone from staff take Director Ames's question?
Sure, Director Lee, this is DGM Jones. So we always have the provision with any contract to terminate for convenience. That obviously is not our goal. As Vice President Saltzman stated, we will have the newest technology as the new technology comes out. So we don't anticipate that there'll be a need to do that, but we always have the ability to terminate if things go south.
Thanks. All right, Director Allen, and then Director Rayburn, I'll go back to you, but I would encourage you to keep your comments brief.
Thank you. Great question from Director Ames. I had a similar question that, what is the off-ramp? These are, corporations go up and go down, and we should make sure that, I hope that staff will make sure that we have an off-ramp in this contract should other technology become more favorable to us. Continuing to support our police officers in this type of new technology, and more importantly, the training that goes along with it, because that is really where we win, is when our police force is well trained. That's critical to the public, to the safety of the public, and to the safety of all of our employees, and to the safety of our police officers who are out there every day on the front line, putting themselves in harm's way. So I support the motion, but I would ask that staff, look at carefully in negotiating the contract where the off-ramp is if, things don't go so well. Thank you.
Does staff have any response to some of the things that Director Allen raised?
Same thing.
Yes, go ahead, Chief.
So the Director Allen, Chief Alvarez, yeah, absolutely. Training is an integral part of equipment. And the thing that we don't want to get caught up in is having a mixed bag of equipment out in the field with tasers, some having old ones and some having new ones. So what this package does for us, it keeps everybody on the same page, having the same equipment, so the training is consistent throughout the department, so that everybody has the same body worn camera and the same latest taser on their person. With regards to looking and see what's available out there, yeah, we will always keep our eyes open for technology and what comes out and what can do the job that we are looking for it to do. But right now, the relationship and the work and the product that we've had with Axon over the last 10 to 12 years has been excellent. They've supported us all the way through. We have the technology that has gotten us where we are today, and we're very happy with what we have. But we will always keep our eyes open and keep that off-ramp available so that we can move forward if we need to.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate your work.
Great. Director Rayburn, if you could keep
Thank you. I appreciate the discourse on this, particularly the idea of an off-ramp. Year 5 would be fiscal year 26 for us. And in that year, I want to explain why I feel that I cannot vote for this measure. In fiscal year 26, we will spend, by the projections in the table, $637,000 on cameras. The following year, fiscal year 27, year 6, that jumps to $755,000. And again, I just feel that locking us into a long-term contract at this time is not necessary. And I believe we could do a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Rayburn. All right, I don't think I have anything else to add, so I'll turn it to the District Secretary to take the vote.
Thank you. Director Duffy?
Aye.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director McPartland?
Aye.
Director Rayburn?
No.
Director Saltzman?
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. It passes. 8 yes, 1 no. Director Rayburn voting no.
Thank you. All right, that was the only item for admin, so I'll pass back to President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Lee. Let us now turn to agenda item 5, our Engineering and Operations Committee, and I'll turn it over to Chairperson Simon.
Thank you, President. We have one item. It's for information. It's our very well anticipated quarterly service performance review. It's for the fourth quarter for fiscal year 21. So staff, please, if you can give us the presentation, and then we will go to public comment, and then I'll go to directors' questions or comments.
I shouldn't be surprised, but wow. While they've got an active lawsuit against them, they feel.
Someone has, your microphone is on in the staff room, and I just want to make sure that you all know that. All right, so staff, please, QPR.
Okay, good morning, directors. Next slide, please. First, I'd like to introduce myself to all those watching. My name is Shane Edwards. I'm the Acting Assistant General Manager of Operations. This performance report shows that BART is on the right track to serving the region through the recovery. There are some really good, great areas that show we are making improvements, and there are, of course, some areas that we need to do more work on. As an example, ridership in the fourth quarter of FY21 was up 39% over last quarter. On-time performance was above 95%. With the exception of computer systems and rail cars, which we'll talk about later. All right-of-way equipment met goal. We struggled a little bit with elevators and escalators, and I'll talk more about that. The passenger environment indicators performed well, which is so important as we work to gain more riders. And customer complaints were down. Next slide. Customer ridership. Ridership began to recover last quarter and increased in all categories. Next slide. Customer complaints. The greatest increase is in cases related to apps. This was because we have begun a process of transitioning reserved parking from a Select a Spot app to the official BART app. And we've advised impacted users that they can reach out to customer service for assistance with their transition. The largest reduction over the last year were police, train cleanliness, and quality of life. This is all tracking in the right direction. Next slide, please. On-time service. Customer on-time service was up slightly. Next slide. Car equipment, reliability. Overall, the fleet mean time between service delays was 4,204 hours on average. Legacy fleet, mean time between service delays was 6,171 hours per unit. And fleet of the future, mean time between service delays was 2,459 hours per unit. The leading causes of the fleet of the future delays were VATC, the brakes, and doors. A software solution for VATC Signal 14 failures has been fully deployed and has been very successful. Next slide, please. Computer control systems. Although computer control systems saw a considerable performance improvement this quarter, they did not meet goal. On this slide, you can see the major contributors. Next slide, please. Elevator availability stations. Station elevator availability struggled a little this quarter. There were major outages at Lafayette and MacArthur stations, but the overhauls we did at these stations will improve future reliability, so there is some positive news. Next slide, please. Environment inside stations. Station cleanliness scores were down from last quarter, but this is something we are making tremendous investment on. We are actively engaged in hiring system service workers with a special focus on improving appearances in the stations and especially restrooms. We've already hired 12 full-time employees to fill vacancies in system service, and we are currently interviewing for 33 part-time positions beginning this week. This investment will go a long way in keeping our stations clean as more riders return. Next. Train interior cleanliness. This one I'm excited about. We saw good improvement in train cleanliness this quarter. This is great news, and we need to keep it up. Hiring for the enhanced cleaning initiative is in progress. So far, we've filled 27 full-time positions that were vacant, and we are currently hiring for 50 part-time employees that began on Monday. With car cleanliness, we are paying special attention to seat cleanliness. We are very confident that we will have these extra positions in place sometime in September. And while we are welcoming riders back with our 50% discount. Next slide, please. Operating safety. This slide is critical and critically important because safety is my absolute top priority. Any rules violation, no matter how minor, is a problem and something I take very seriously. There were 6 operating safety rule violations this quarter. Transportation management identified a trend related to train hold procedures. They quickly investigated and took corrective action. This is something that was addressed through a change in procedure, language given by rail operations controllers to train operators. We also ensured clear communication was sent to all staff as a follow-up. Moving forward, I will continue to keep a very close eye on this and take corrective action where needed, but most importantly, work with our labor partners to make sure our employees are supported through the proper training. And with that, I'll hand over the presentation to Chief Alvarez. Okay, next slide. Good morning, directors. Once again, Chief Alvarez. So with regard to presence, we had a slight dip this quarter at 10.5% with the goal of 12%. We continue to emphasize the importance of our visibility and presence to all our uniformed personnel. The men and women of the BART Police Department are out in the system riding trains and walking the platforms more so than at any point before. They're providing a visible deterrent to criminal activity. During this quarter, we also hired 5 police officers and 4 fare inspectors, which will add to our existing deployment, along with our patrol officers, our CAP team, K9 teams, and sergeants, as well as our community service officers, ambassadors, and fare inspectors who work both day and evening hours to help with the current patrol deployment strategy. During the daytime, our original train team is out in the system working with our fare inspectors and other sworn and non-sworn personnel. We have also prioritized our presence on trains and in stations based on the data that we receive through our crime analysts, particularly in the evening hours. In addition to our deployment throughout the system, we're also working collaboratively with SFPD at the Civic Center station to increase our presence, not only at the station and stairwells, but also around the immediate area to deal with the criminal activity and drug use. We have put officers and CSOs on fixed posts at the station during revenue hours, along with a set of ambassadors and officers who are also riding trains in the area of the system to support our presence and enforcement. Next slide. Overall, the total cases of crimes against persons showed a decrease from 76 reported incidents last quarter compared to 74 reported incidents this quarter. Of the reported incidents, 23 were robberies, 14 of which involved the taking of an electronic device. An additional 19 involving cell phones and other electronic devices were taken from the person without force, otherwise known as a snatch and run, making up 45% of the total number. Next slide. This is the updated slide that we put into the QPR. So it breaks down the part 1 crimes and it gives you a better idea of what it is, so we don't encapsulate them all into just a regular pie chart. So if you have any questions on that, we'll take that at the end of the presentation. Next slide. The goal was met in this category, coming in at 1.17, which is well under the new quarterly goal of 6. We had 55 reported incidents compared to 51 last quarter. We continue our visibility efforts in our parking lots and structures by our police officers and other uniformed personnel. Next slide. The goal was met in this category. We came in at 0.61 with a set quarterly goal of 2.25. For this quarter, we had a total of 28 reported stolen vehicle incidents compared to 13 incidents last quarter. Next slide. Our response time goal was met this quarter at 3.97 minutes, which is below the set quarterly goal of 5 minutes for emergency calls. We received 303 emergency calls this quarter compared to 262 in the previous quarter. Next slide. The goal for reducing bicycle thefts was met with 24 for this quarter compared to 21 in the previous quarter, as we continue to be well under the quarterly goal of 100. That completes my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, directors. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Sorry, I had to take myself off of mute. Before we have any questions, just briefly, are there any public comments?
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, Committee Chair Latifah Simon and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Overall, a good report. Not seeing as much red as I have in the past. But I maintain to you there's always more to do. I want the safest, most reliable, and most equitable railroad that we can. We must never forget that BART is a railroad. And certainly I want the safest system. I am concerned about crimes against persons. Certainly I practice this on BART. Take my earphones off and put my earplugs on with riding BART because I don't need for people to see my phone. So certainly we want to have some public awareness about that. And I think we have to work very hard on our escalator and elevator reliability. There are many who have to use those systems. They literally have to. They can't climb stairs. And for me, I mean, yes, I can climb stairs, but there are many who cannot. And if we can't keep those running, well, then people can't participate fully on the system. So we have to make sure we fix those so that we can have full participation on the system. And I am displeased that we have not met our rule violations goal and some problems with unscheduled door openings. That's controllable. That's things that people do. And we have to expect everyone to account for that. That is not representative of what a great and legendary railroad should be. It's not representative of Grand Central Terminal or the Channel Tunnel. I think that we have to continue to emphasize that all at BART is not just about doing the best we can, but being the best we can. I would be very scared if I was on a train and the doors opened and there was just some blank space out there. So we have to work on that. And I appreciate the work with graffiti. You know, I remember the days of the graffiti on the New York City subway and the broken lights and all kinds of other things and having that police on the trains at nighttime. So we're doing some good work, but we got to get the presence up and keep things clean and stay after our ADA inclusive facilities and make sure that everybody does things in the way they're supposed to do so we can uphold the tradition of BART being the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Preet. I have 4 members of the board who have raised their hands to speak, and I'm going to go in the order that I see you all. And so again, board members, please use the hand raise function, and I will go in this order. Director Rayburn, President Foley, Director McPartlin, and I believe a couple of board members put their hands down. So if you want to raise your hand again, please do let me know. All right, so I have, and the order has changed. So why don't we start with President Foley?
Hold it.
All right, I'm watching the screen and
Hold
it's
it,
changing
hold it.
before my eyes. So my apologies. But President Foley, why don't you start, please?
Well, I think Director Rayburn actually lowered his hand maybe to get into to be
I
ready
heard
for
my
the-
name.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank
So
you.
let's go to Director Rayburn if you will.
Oh, you.
Okay, all
What a
right.
gentleman.
All right, I appreciate you. Director Rayburn, please, and then
Thank
we'll
you,
go
Chair
with
Simon.
President Foley. Okay.
Well, I would like to focus in on the car reliability graph, page 9. There's absolutely no doubt that the fleet of the future, which we have over 200 of those new cars in operation now, they provided the ability for BART to run all long trains for the first time throughout the pandemic. However, we were running half-hour frequencies and we weren't operating until midnight. That all changed on August 2nd. And now we're under a microscope and under a lot of pressure to make sure that those cars run with a greater reliability as they're really being put to the test. And so I would like to ask staff to give us what they feel is the projection for what we can expect to see in the future and the reasons behind that.
Staff, please respond.
Also put up the right slide, please, page 9.
This says page 9.
Well, it's on the bottom of the slide. It should say page 9, car reliability.
Well, the slides that you have at home are not the slides that they projected, so it's not going to line up.
Car reliability. Well, it says,
No, that's okay. They changed their presentation for you for today.
oh, okay. So it would be one of the earlier slides.
I will check.
But anyway,
with that,
we expect to see that blue line go up above the red line.
There was a direct question to staff. That's correct, right? Director Rayburn, can you restate your question for staff and then staff
Okay.
please answer?
The car equipment reliability graph that shows we're below our goal of 4,500 hours between failures. Can we expect to see that improve in the next quarter?
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Staff, please. While they're looking for the slide, it would be, I think,
There we go.
if you could just answer, if staff could answer the question. I'm not so much worried. I know we want to project the slide, but I would like us to engage in the conversation. So I'm not getting a response from staff. I'm wondering if someone is on mute. Help me out here, District Secretary.
I projected the slide. I'm assuming that Travis is in the conference room working with the executive.
I'm not worried about the slide. I'm more, maybe it's
I'm looking at the conference room and I see them in there working on the speaker.
Okay. Or GM, can you answer Director Rayburn's question so we can continue with the stack that I have?
Can you hear us, Director Simon?
I can now. Thank you.
I apologize. We're having audio issues. Shane was not ignoring the question. But
No, I know. I knew it was something technological. Continue.
Yes, sir. Directors Rayburn, Bob Howard, Park General Manager. So to direct answer your question.
So you guys went total faint again.
Yeah, you have to adjust your volume. So why don't we do
Director,
this?
can you hear me? Director
Yes,
Simon?
I can hear you.
Yes.
There is some background, there's a feed in the back. And I want to apologize to the public that's listening. You know, the Bay Area Rapid Transit, we just moved into our building and we're getting used to our technology. And so thank you for your patience, and staff is working really hard to try to make sure that things go smoothly, but we'll have a few kinks, but we'll get through them.
Director
Staff,
Simon,
I can hear you.
okay, let me try to answer. I will directly answer Raven's question. So I think we're very encouraging that its reliability is going to improve in the coming months here. So the BATS software that's being implemented by Alstom under, working with Dave Hart and Shane and John Garnham. I was in a meeting with the president of Alstom last week, and I think the last of those software implementations are underway right now. And I think we're going to see an improved reliability in the future. That the October is going to be a month when we have all of those software for the BATC, which is the majority of the delays that we're seeing on reliability, Director Rayburn. And so I meet with them every month, and I think there is improvement right on the horizon here as far as new car reliability.
Thank you. And again, thank you all for being patient, directors, with the sound quality. And I'm hoping that answer sufficed. And if not, while the tech folks continue to work on the sound, I'm going to move along. Is that okay, Director Rayburn?
Thank you.
No, thank you. I have President Foley, followed by Director. GM Powers, if you can mute yourself, that'd be great. I have President Foley, Director McPartland, and Director Allen. And I believe that's all I have in terms of our stack before we go to the next item. President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Simon. I just wanted to first say thank you for the presentation, and to really highlight and say how much I appreciated the good news story around our increased and focused cleaning crews throughout the system. I think that really is a way for us to continue to welcome back riders. So certainly keep up that good work and let us know what we can do to support you as well in those needs. And additionally, I just wanted to say that, I think that the police presence in the system is important as well. Safety is always a concern, especially with the report on snatch and grabs and crimes of electronic devices. So I once again want to say thank you for that. I too will add my voice to the, choir, if you will, or at least the beginning, regarding the fleet of the future. I am very disappointed that we're only at about half of our goal for reliability on the fleet of the future. And really, if not for the legacy fleet, that metric would really be in need of assistance. So we certainly need to continue to do the work that we're doing with Alstom and trying to address those issues. So I, again, encourage staff, encourage Shane to continue the work that you're doing to resolve that. And then the last question I had, and this is maybe for offline, the bike theft quarterly goal. I am concerned that we're at 24 thefts when we were, I think, from 7 last year. And I'd like to get a breakdown maybe of how those thefts are occurring, whether they're locker break-ins, whether they're sort of snatch and grabs, to better understand where the vulnerability is in our system. So not for today, but if I could get a follow-up from staff, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, we can do that, President Foley. We'll follow up with this. We have a breakout right in front of us. We can follow up with you. And again, President Foley, we're on Alstom. I'm tracking on it. I'm intimately involved in it with Dave Hart and Shane. I got it. Message received.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it back to Chairperson Simon.
Thank you. Thank you. The next hand that I have is Director McPartland, followed by Director Allen, followed by Director Ames. And if there are no more questions or comments after Director Ames, I would like to close conversation on this item. Director McPartlin?
Thank you very much. I guess my question basically revolves around the mix match of what Director Rayburn experienced. I'm looking at slide number 46, which is the last slide, whereas in your packet or in your deck, it was slide 16. And having been on staff and prepared these slides and all the background information for them, I know the depth of information that has to be compiled in preparation to answer all the questions that directors may have, and yet we only get about a third of the slides. As a director, I really appreciate the brevity of it, but who's making the decisions to end up reducing the thickness of the deck and why?
I'm making those decisions, Director McPartlin. What was mailed out to the board is how many slides?
49.
49 slides. 49 slides. I have been on numerous occasions. This board has made it very clear to me, you know, the material goes out to the board and us going through 49 slides. Is that, you know, Shane going through 49 slides? That's not an effective use of time. So we go through and Shane pulls out the highlights of that and we put those slides together and that's what we present to the BART board. Those 16 slides, instead of, you know, Shane going, okay, let's go to slide 13, then let's go to slide 23, then 32. So it's very succinct. You had been mailed all 49 slides ahead of time. I've worked with President Foley, Vice President Salzman to try to get to the topics and get to the meat of the discussion here. So I'm making those decisions, President or Director McPartlin.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Next I have Director Allen and followed by Liz Ames. And then I believe we will close comments and discussion on the QPR report.
Thank you, Chair Simon. First, I want to thank Shane for all of your work, and you know it's always a lot more work stepping into a new role, and so thank you to you for your new role in operations, and thank you to the general manager for all of the work that we heard about with respect to the train reliability issues, and that thank you to the two of you goes on down to your staff members as well. I do want to concur with Director McPartlin with respect to the, all of the slides and then selecting only certain ones to present in this meeting. At a minimum, I think all of the slides should be at least available to the public. And so I'm hoping that at least all 49 slides were included in the packet that gets posted online. So
they are.
Okay, thank you. So I think at least that information is available to the public for review, and that's important. I did want to just quickly mention on slide 12, I think it's your slide 12, it's not mine, on the police reliability. Can you bring that up for me real quick, if it's not too much trouble? So I'm not sure that I really understand the graph. We kind of went through it quickly, but the red bar is the goal, and that seems to be sitting at 12%. And I thought that the blue boxes are the actual, which on your slide says 10.5%. I would expect the blue bars to be below the red bar at 12%. So I just want to make sure, which is right, the graph or the numbers that are on the screen on the slide.
Director Allen, this is Chief Alvarez. So yeah, that's a great point. I went off the numbers that were put on the slide deck. So yeah, your analysis actually makes a lot more sense now looking at it and digging into it. So yeah, if well,
which one's right?
It would have to be the blue bar. So
what you're saying here then that we did exceed the goal, yes, that it looks like maybe about 13 or 14% of people said that they did see a BART police presence in the train inside the station.
You're correct. Yes.
So the box is off to the right where it says actual 10%. That's incorrect.
Correct.
That's correct, Director.
Yep, correct. Good catch. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate that. Our last comment will be from comment or question will be from Director Ames.
Thank you.
And Vice President Salzman, and then we'll close.
Well, the presence being there on the stations and in the cars I'm getting feedback that the police presence is there, and including fare inspectors and CSOs. So it's really good to hear. I had a rider tell me they had to put an officer said to get their mask on to a passenger, and they appreciated that. And some people don't pay attention to the signs, I guess. So that's really good to hear. And then I just wanted to follow up on, I think, Chair Foley's comment, because the bike thefts really hit me, because I think about that's possibly their only way to have transportation is their bike. It's almost like worse than a car, but because I feel like they're really trying to use the cheapest mode of transportation possible, which would be a bike, and then they get stolen. So I'd like to know how we follow up on the bike thefts, and then there's 55 break-ins and there's 28 stolen vehicles, but I see we have a 4-minute response time, which is amazing. And we met that goal. So I just like to know how we're addressing these break-ins and stolen items. Do we work with the other agencies? I just wanted a quick explanation on how we're working together to minimize this.
Sure, Director, but let me turn that one over to Chief Alvarez.
Yeah, so Director Ames, Chief Alvarez. So yeah, absolutely. We are very data driven. We have a full-time crime analyst who belongs to a regional association of crime analysts, and they do share information if there are crime trends, regardless of their burglaries, robberies, thefts, whatever it is. But we also have area commanders that are responsible to pick up on trends before they become bigger issues. And we have 6 of those that are embedded into the zone offices, field offices, so that they are aware of what's going on in their particular area command. They meet with their sergeants and they meet with their officers, their CSOs, anybody that works for them, and they do deployments, they do special ops, they do things when they start recognizing trends of auto theft, auto burglaries, bike thefts, things like that. So we do have the resources, and we do use the data that we have to deploy our folks so that we prevent some of this stuff from happening.
Well, it'd be good to know how many cases are resolved, I guess. I think it's very frustrating to see this, but maybe this is too much detail to go into right now, so we could talk later. And then also I wanted to talk about or get Shane's input on the part-time workers. We've had a lot of part-time staff coming on board in the future. So why are we hiring part-time workers, and what's the benefit of that? That's the end of my question. Thank you.
So first, I'll speak to the utility workers, Director. The importance there obviously is keeping our trains as clean as we possibly can during the entirety of service. That would include end-of-line cleaners and then the grave shift at the yards, which is the deep cleaning. And that headcount has been low for some time due to the fact that during COVID, we didn't require as many as we do now. And once we get into full service down the road, we'll need that fortification. On the system service side, this was primarily due to the fact that we had an initiative we brought to the board on the stations that have restrooms that are currently being used by the public, that we would be fully staffed with the current vacancies being filled and the 33 part-time employees that would be able to bid every single shift at those stations so that we would have complete coverage.
I guess I just want to understand the part-time versus full-time. I guess there's just more people than with part-time. I don't know. I just like to know the benefit of part-time.
So we partnered with our union partners in SEIU on this one, and the increase of part-timers allows us more flexibility with their schedule. It allows us to dictate where they work, how often they work, as long as we keep them within the parameters of part-time employment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. And lastly, Vice President Salzman.
Thank you. Thanks, Director Allen, for bringing up that confusing slide. I noticed that too. Can we get that fixed in the documents? Because it's concerning to look at that slide and think that we're not meeting the goal, especially when we had been meeting it for many quarters, and we're actually far exceeding. It's one of the goals that I think we actually should increase at some point. And I think I brought this up in the last report.
We'll get
And
it
then
fixed.
can you also correct the slide on ridership that has the wrong months, and maybe have somebody do a close look at all the slides to just make sure there aren't any other things like that? Because I do think it's important. These reports are a great data set, and I want to make sure they're as accurate as possible.
Yeah, we will do a thorough QA, QC on all the slides.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Vice President Salzman. I appreciate this discussion, and all the questions were extremely informative and the answers were great. I'll hand it back to you, President.
Thank you, Chairperson Simon. Let us now turn to item 6, our Planning, Public Affairs, Access, and Legislation, also known as PPAL. And I will turn it over to Chairperson Rayburn. You are muted, sir.
Thank you very much, President Foley. We have 3 items on the agenda today. The federal and state legislation related to gun control will come up first, and that's an action item, followed by the regional transit coordination, and then for information, and another information item regarding the BART and VTA phase 2.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. Carl Holmes, AGM Design and Construction. I will hand this off, the legislative item, to Amanda Cruz, Program Manager of Government Relations and Legislative Affairs, and also joining her will be Chief Ed Alvarez.
Good.
All right, thank you, Carl, and good morning, directors. Today, staff will be presenting 3 bills related to firearm regulations. We recognize there are several bills at the state and federal level that address the issue of firearms. The ones presented for consideration have a direct nexus to the concerns raised by BART police and the growing threat of ghost guns. I'll wait for the presentation to load. Would you like me to continue, Chair Rayburn?
Yes, please.
Okay. So technological advances have made it easier for individuals to make firearms at home from standalone parts or weapons kits without any records or a background check. Commonly referred to as ghost guns, these privately made firearms, when made for personal use, are not required under current federal law to have a serial number, making it difficult for law enforcement to determine where, by whom, or when they were manufactured and to whom they were sold or otherwise disposed of. The Federal Untraceable Firearms Act, introduced in both the House and Senate, would permanently include the core building blocks of ghost guns, unfinished frames and receivers, in the definition of firearm under federal law. The bill would require online and other gun manufacturers and distributors to comply with the same federal regulations that govern the production and distribution of completed firearms. This includes a requirement that sellers have a manufacturer's license and put a serial number on the frame or receiver included in each kit, and that purchasers undergo a background check. Our state bill, AB 1057, expands the definition of firearms for purposes of firearm restrictions on persons subject to a gun violence or domestic violence restraining order in California. Current law does not explicitly name an unfinished frame or receiver or precursor part as being prohibited or seized from an individual subject to these types of restraining orders. AB 1057 will close this loophole, thereby giving courts and law enforcement the ability to seize parts of a firearm that may be used to harm an individual or others. Ghost guns have been used in a wide variety of crimes, including homicides, robberies, school shootings, mass shootings, violence against law enforcement officers, and domestic violence. Bay Area law enforcement agencies have recorded a spike in ghost gun seizures, and BART has also seen an increase in the number of ghost guns confiscated by district police officers. We also see cities such as San Francisco, San Jose, and Berkeley considering legislation to ban or regulate the sale of ghost guns and the parts or kits used to assemble them. Staff are recommending the board support these measures, and a draft motion is included in your memo. I will now pass it over to Chief Alvarez.
Good morning, directors. Chief Alvarez. So first, I want to thank the board, especially Vice President Salzman, for your interest in supporting gun safety legislation. At the national and local level, we are seeing a new threat to public safety in the form of ghost guns. There are several different types of ghost guns, with the common trait being that they are all nearly impossible for law enforcement to trace because they lack serial numbers or other unique identifiers. Due to the current lack of regulations, ghost guns have quickly become a weapon of choice for criminals and add a new level of danger to law enforcement. When individuals can evade a background check with a ghost gun, we lose the ability to keep firearms out of the hands of dangerous individuals. When we can't trace recovered crime guns, there is no way to identify gun trafficking patterns. It makes our job more difficult and puts lives at risk. At BART, we are recovering an increasing number of ghost guns, and this trend is seen across not only the Bay Area, but across the country. Eliminating ghost guns and the loopholes surrounding these types of weapons is one of the most sensible, straightforward actions we can take. I have reviewed the legislation being presented by staff here today and urge your support of these bills that help promote gun safety and combat gun violence in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda and Chief Alvarez. I see Rebecca Salzman's hand raised, but first I would like to ask the district secretary if we have any public comments.
We do not at this time.
Thank you, Director Salzman. And
I
thank
first
you for-
wanted to thank staff and the chief for looking into legislation on addressing gun violence. It was at my initial request, and really appreciate the chief taking the time to look at the wealth of legislation that's out there and figuring out what made the most sense for us to take a position on. And I'd like to move approval of these items and support of these items.
Second.
Okay, you take it, Director.
Please, Director Simon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, President Foley, we have a motion and a second. Would you please call for the roll?
Yes, Madam Secretary.
Director Duffy.
Aye.
Director Lee.
Yes.
Director McPartland.
Yes.
Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Director Saltzman.
Yes.
Director Simon.
Yes.
Director Allen.
Yes.
Director Ames.
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, everyone, and especially Vice President Salzman. I now turn to the Regional Transit Coordination. Very important effort going on here. Let's get an update.
Yes, thank you again, Chairperson Rayburn. So presenting this item will be Hannah Lindelof, Group Manager of Strategic Planning, as well as Jumana Nati, Manager of Access Programs.
All right, good morning, directors. Can we pull up the presentation, please? So today we're going to give a brief overview of the culmination of MTC's Transit Recovery Task Force and an update on 2 regional transit coordination efforts, including the Return to Transit marketing campaign and BART station access signage and wayfinding effort, which is closely coordinated among operators and with MTC. So at the Blue Ribbon Task Force meeting in July, the 2 primary topics were an update on the initial network management evaluation. Thanks, Jackie. Go to slide 2, please. Go to the next. Oh, yes, this is right. Thank you. And the presentation and approval of the Transformation Action Plan. So this slide provides an overview of the preliminary network management evaluation, which was a high level and qualitative assessment of 3 options, one of which was a management option, represented coordinated management among existing authorities,
and 2 that were manager options, which would consist of a new entity, one within MTC and one as a new entity to the region. More detailed analysis will occur in the business case. So go to the next slide, please. So subsequent to the task force, the network management options will be revisited and evaluated in a business case, which will have oversight by an advisory group, which will be appointed by MTC. The proposed composition will be 7 transit general managers and 7 stakeholder members, including MTC and representatives for equity, social justice, transit riders, business, and labor. MTC anticipates awarding a consultant contract for this work in October, with analysis to proceed through the spring and summer time frame, ideally with initial findings available in time to inform the legislative session in early spring, late winter. Next slide. So the real culmination of the task force is the Transformation Action Plan, which identifies 27 actions to be completed through 2024 related to the 5 key outcomes outlined on the slide. The next steps will be for MTC to act on the plan in September and then host a workshop in October to discuss implementation and address funding and staffing, prioritization, and refine the target dates in the plan. Potential funding for these efforts will include a portion of MTC's regional set aside of $158 million of the American Rescue Plan Act funds. Next slide. So this slide provides, and you can go to the next, a snapshot of the 27 items. Each of these actions is associated with a timeline, and each outcome area also highlights the current and ongoing efforts. As an illustration, the rest of the presentation highlights a few of the current efforts underway related to customer information. Next slide. Oh, there's my little bullet. We're pleased to present an update on the Return to Transit marketing campaign. I believe Alicia sent out more detailed information on this to you all last night. All Aboard Bay Area launched August 10th and will continue to run through the fall. It reflects the diversity of the region and conveys a unified message among transit agencies, welcoming riders back. We encourage you to check out allaboardbayarea.com, which provides a platform for all agencies to provide the latest on service and schedule updates. So now I'm going to pass it over to Jomana to provide an update on station access signage and wayfinding.
All right, good morning, directors. Next slide, please. So I'll be presenting on the station access signage and wayfinding. This is phase 5 of BART's larger signage program. Phases 1 through 4 focused on interior signage, and phase 4 is still in progress. This project builds on station experience design guidelines to develop a cohesive suite of station access signage. It's a low-cost, high-impact enhancement that supports passenger experience and transfers between BART and buses. The program includes updating our parking signage, but today I'll be focusing on signage that supports regional coordination. Next slide, please. This is just a look at our existing signage and the variety that we have out there. Next slide. So the identification and wayfinding signage is based on the existing regional transit signage standards, which BART uses on station interiors. They are planned to be incorporated into these regional standards once finalized. The program uses standard colors, text, and icons that feature in both the ID and wayfinding signage. Next slide, please. I'll be talking a bit more about bus bay numbering today. Bus bay numbering is a new signage type for BART. It identifies the place independently of the services that use it. For passengers, it supports multiple types of traveler information and reinforces navigation through implementation of a numbering system. On the back end, it supports many aspects of operational management, from bus bay allocation to emergency response. Next slide. The signage types we've identified for bus bay numbering include aisle IDs placed for both passengers exiting the station and for bus operators entering the station. Shelter IDs, which are a bit larger, which will be visible from a distance. Pole IDs confirming the bay number once a passenger arrives, and tactile IDs located on the bus bay pole for those with vision impairments to confirm their location. We are also exploring the use of QR codes on or near this signage to provide easy links to schedule real-time and alert information for the routes using each bay. Bus bay key signs would be placed in select locations and limit the number of signs that need to be replaced or updated when bus stop locations shift. And this allows us to include bus bay numbers in permanent wayfinding. Through extensive discussions with bus operators throughout the region, as well as accessibility stakeholders, we plan to use alphanumeric bus bay designations to avoid confusion with bus routes and aid in navigation. We've identified how numbering can work at the many varying station types, and we'll continue to review and refine this system before implementation. Next slide, please. The bus bay numbering methodology was designed from the passenger perspective and considering the varying station layouts. For example, at Walnut Creek, pedestrians leaving the fare gates approach the bus area from the end of the aisle, but bus bay numbering proceeds sequentially with aisle A, then B, then C. And on these aisles, each bay is then numbered from the bay closest to the farthest from the fare gates. At Fremont Station, pedestrians approach the bus area from the fare gates, arrive at the middle of the aisle. Numbering on each aisle proceeds sequentially from left to right in that example. The next slide. We've also looked at stations with buses on two sides. Next slide, please. And stations with bus stops off BART property. And before finalizing the numbering methodology, we'll ensure that it works at all of the stations. Next slide. The initial concepts for this project were developed in
Uh-oh. Jackie, help.
I just sent Travis over.
Thank you.
We'll switch you in another room. Go ahead.
Okay.
Check.
Copy.
Okay, you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we do.
All right. So
Sorry.
these projects have served as pilots in the development of the standards. We've received significant feedback from transit operators, the accessibility community, and the MTC mapping and wayfinding project team, which we are coordinating with as we move forward with this work. This spring, we brought on a consultant to refine and finalize the concepts. We are planning on taking draft designs back to stakeholders for another round of feedback this fall. And in addition to reviewing with internal and external stakeholders, we'll do outreach via social media to showcase the designs for feedback before they're finalized. We're aiming to finalize designs in early 2022 to incorporate into the next update of the BART facility standards. And once designs are finalized, we have two signage projects that are funded and ready for implementation. The bus bay signage and MacArthur curb zone and vehicular wayfinding signage. We are developing a strategy to implement remaining signage that includes development of station-specific wayfinding plans, applying for grants, and bulk purchase of some signage types. Next slide. And the next slide just goes over some of the highlights the coordination and engagement that we've done, which I've already mentioned throughout this presentation. So, and with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you both, Hannah and Jumani, for your diligent efforts. And I've had considerable discussions with both of them. It's an exciting project to finally get toward real coordination. I would like to first, before we go to directors, hear from the public. Any speakers? And my apologies to everyone about the technical glitches here today. There were parts of Hannah's presentation that I missed entirely. I don't know if everyone else was cut off.
We apologize for that, Director Rayburn. We're having some significant issues, but we're going to be moving conference rooms right at the conclusion of this presentation.
Okay, and I don't Jackie, do you have any?
I
public
do. I
comment?
was waiting for you to stop speaking. I'm sorry.
Okay, please go on.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you very much, Chair Robert Rayburn and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. Good presentation. I've gone to some of these blue ribbon task force meetings, and coordination is very real and important to me. And certainly fair integration is going to have something to do with this. Wayfinding is essential. And this is not the first agency that I've talked about wayfinding, especially when public transit complexes can be, well, complex. And even one sign missing can cause one to lose directions. I was in the Denver airport a few weeks ago and seeing signs that say train to the city. And then apparently there was a sign that was missing due to construction. I had to ask somebody, say, how do I get to the A line? And they told me. So it's more than just simply a beautiful building that looks like snow-capped mountains, if you've ever seen it. Signage is essential to get to the A line and to be able to go to downtown Denver. And disconnection is not new. I remember the days of riding the Empire service between Albany and New York City. Today, it connects neatly with the Northeast Corridor and Penn Station. But about 30 years ago, it was disconnected. The Empire service would go to Grand Central Terminal. Yes, a favorite place of mine, but then you have to take 2 subway trains or 2 buses or a taxi or walk with carrying your luggage between the 2 stations. So we want to connect things up a little more. I hope that Bob Powers will be one of the general managers who will serve on this panel because BART is the leader, and I have always supported the work of Bob Powers. I have talked about the importance of building a railroad that is great and legendary. So we need to infuse some of those ideals into this board, let people know what BART is made of. So a lot of this is still very academic looking, and I'm looking forward to it becoming evident in its constructed form, such as with the signage and markings and maps and other things to get around, as well as trying to have more seamless transfers because transfers take time. It discourages people, much like people having trouble getting between Penn Station and Grand Central Terminal. So let's be leaders in this because BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Do we have any other public comments?
Ian, you may address the board.
Welcome.
Thank you. This is Ian Griffiths of Seamless Bay Area and longtime BART rider. First, I want to thank BART, both general managers and the staff for participating and supporting the Blue Ribbon Task Force. We're very pleased with the Transformation Action Plan and the various recommendations, seeing those get implemented, which is going to require the political will of all transit agency boards going forward. Even though it's a great document, it's going to take a lot of hard work and engagement from boards moving forward to make those recommendations a reality and not just another report that sits on the shelf. So really appreciate this board's engagement in that process and these regular updates. I'm really glad that this was paired with an update on wayfinding signage as well, because I think this really highlights the importance of the conversation around a network manager and having systems for improving wayfinding across the region. MTC has been leading this work for some time. I definitely support the bus bay numbering improvements and the station access work. I have a little bit of concern and question about the particular scheme that's been proposed. So I'd like to know more about how this has been coordinated with other operators. Are other operators going to be implementing this system? Is BART going to be rolling out an alphanumeric system but is AC Transit and VTA and Golden Gate Transit and Caltrain, who also operate bus terminals with many different bays, are they going to be implementing the same system, or are they going to be using an only numbers or only letters system? I think that would be helpful to know. I know Golden Gate uses letters right now, and I know other agencies use a variety of different methods. I also have some concern of just intuitively based on the idea that we have a letter and a number to identify bus bays. To me, that seems more confusing as a user than to just have bus bays numbered 1 through 15 and just have to remember a number or a letter for that matter. If it was A through Z, that would give us 26 different options. I don't think there's a bus, a bus terminal with more than 26 bays. So I'm not quite, I feel like the solution of having a number and a letter feels like it's driven by operator needs rather than user simplicity. So I'd like to understand more if that's been tested with users at all. And yeah, those are my comments. But again, really appreciate the initiative here to improve access for users and coordinate with these regional efforts. Looking forward to further collaboration in months to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. And before the directors speak, I'll ask that staff address your questions. Do we have any other speakers?
Director Rayburn, Bob Powers, BART GM. I'll have Jumana reach out to Ian Griffiths on his concerns with the numbering and the lettering.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
we'll
sir.
turn first to Director Allen, followed by Liz Ames and Rebecca Saltzman.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. So I am excited to see the signage, the consistency program initiative for making all of our signage consistent. It's something that I've complained about before, and particularly when we started the TOD at Walnut Creek and built the new parking garage with the new bus bays. People are still often lost there, and the signage is not consistent throughout that station. So I'm excited about that. I want to thank Ian for raising the issue and the question of the consistency throughout all of the transit agencies. I think that's really important too, is that we get all of our Bay Area transit agencies on board with the same system. And I guess I would like, I know that General Manager Powers, you said you were going to have someone to reach out to Ian. I guess I would like to know if, what our BART staff did with respect to reaching out to all the other agencies as we developed what we just saw.
Certainly, Director Allen, let me turn it over to Jumana to kind of walk you through. Jumana, go ahead, walk her through what our outreach was to the operators and where we are.
Great. Yeah. So we meet weekly with operators, and I took this to those meetings and presented that, and also asked them to include their signage staff or anyone else in their agencies to provide comments on this. We've discussed in very much detail both the signage as well as the numbering scheme. And it was through extensive discussions with the bus operators, as well as, I guess it was bus operators, Caltrain, WIDA, as well as the accessibility community. We met with the BART Accessibility Task Force, as well as Lighthouse for the Blind, on the designs and the numbering scheme. And it was determined that an alphanumeric methodology was the best methodology for bus bay numbering. And that was something that Lighthouse for the Blind particularly commented on, as well as the BATF, that the alphanumeric methodology would aid in navigation for people with vision impairments. So that's it. Also, it also prevents confusion with bus route numbers, and some bus routes have letters. So having a letter and number combination was important to avoid confusion with bus route numbering.
Thank you. And then my other question or comment, your slide, I think it's your slide 15 that we saw today, which showed Walnut Creek versus Fremont. these this diagram you show for Walnut Creek, is that what we plan to do? Is that what is, I think that's what's currently in place, or are we working on that?
The numbering in Walnut Creek is what is planned to do. The current numbering is different. And it's not shown on any of the bus bay poles currently.
Okay, I love this diagram. I understand that A is the first aisle and B is the second aisle, and I think that makes a lot of sense. But the next, I think the next slide, you showed something about the Walnut Creek. You don't have to bring it up, but the Walnut Creek, there was a mention of a grant application. Is that in process? Is that something that we've been awarded and will move forward?
That's in progress right now. So we have not been awarded it, but it is a Walnut Creek Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities grant that signage was included as part of it.
We expect to hear on a bunch of these in October.
What's the granting agency?
It's the Strategic Growth Council. It's a state entity that brings a bunch of agencies together, including specifically housing and community development.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks so much for your work on this.
Thank you, Val and Director Allen. Next, Director Ames.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. So regarding the signage, and the placement of the buses, the loading and passenger loading, I really think we should have stations flanked with bus stops, because when you're coming out of the station and you're frazzled and you want to get to a bus right away, before you miss that bus, it would be convenient to have the buses closer to the station rather than further away, like the one in Fremont. It's just so spread out. I would love to see in the future the buses coming in on both sides of the station if possible. And then Hannah, you mentioned this QR code, and I've seen people use QR codes that it's on the sign, and I recall that a passenger was actually getting real-time data on the bus timing. Is that what is the QR code going to provide for the passengers?
Yeah, a QR code is an easy way for people to use their smartphone to link to information. So it could link to any information, but we would be linking it to existing feeds providing real-time schedule and alert information. And that's already published by transit agencies.
Okay, I think that is huge. I've seen people use it because they get frustrated when the bus is going to show up, and then they put their phone up to this QR code. So I appreciate that. I hope we can really transition to this kind of technology. Like Ian was saying, you know, he mentioned user simplicity, so it's kind of a good term. And then to the goals with the BRTF, to the goals that were, I guess, maybe they weren't goals. There's 27 items. I'd like to hear how that's going to be prioritized relative to the funding, because it seems like there's a lot of goals or items with not enough funds. And I'm wondering how we're going to tier that prioritize the funding based on the biggest impact potentially to certain factors that we decide on how we could, well, I guess I'm trying to figure out how are we going to prioritize the 27 items, and how is the funding going to get programmed?
So, Director, the first step in that discussion will be at the workshop that MTC is going to be holding, where they're going to start having that discussions with the 27 action items, the timelines associated with those, and funding, and start that discussion. The operators will be in attendance there and calling in and weighing in on that, as well as talking ahead of time. So the beginning of that will be at the workshop, which is scheduled at MTC October. Is there a date on that, Hannah? It's later in October at their MTC meeting.
Okay, I just hope, Bob, that they prioritize this somehow to, maybe we don't implement all 27. It just seems like there's a lot, and there's a way to get the biggest bang for the buck with a lower amount of items. But, you know, that's not my call. I just think it's a lot.
I'm completely plugged in on the BRTF, and that's exactly, you know, what the workshop is going to start, you know, starting to peel back that. And we absolutely, Hannah comes to the board on this topic, the second meeting of every month, and we'll keep this board posted on how this unfolded.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Bob.
And Director Saltzman.
Thank you. Thanks for this update. Excited about all of this moving forward. The one comment I wanted to make is on the wayfinding. You know, I know this project is not as costly as our last signage project, or I should say current signage project, but I believe, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, the current signage project in our stations, which again is more costly. I think it's been taking about a decade to complete, and it's not complete yet. It either started right before I was on the BART board or right after. So it's been a long time. And I want to ensure that when we finally adopt these standards, I know we're not quite there yet, that we do what we can to make this happen quickly, especially since it's not as costly to do these, or cheaper signs. But it will be extra confusing if we just do this station by station and it takes many years. So, you know, advocating for MTC to make this a priority of funding, you know, getting our allies like Ian to try to advocate for that, looking if there's state money, whatever the funding is. I just think we need to figure out how to do this on a quicker timeline.
Very good. I agree. And I want to thank Bob Powers for serving on the Blue Ribbon Task Force. And I'm sure you're driving the agenda. Thank you, Jumana and Hannah, for your presentations. I only want to share that with regard to the overall delivery of the wayfinding project, I want to add two elements, and I've shared these with Jumana earlier. One is that we have a commitment. And by commitment, I mean, I don't want to enter a station and see information that's stale. It has to be maintained on a regular basis. And the maintenance is also going to require that while we're breaking down silos between agencies in order to coordinate regionally, we also need to make sure that we are breaking down the silos within BART, so that when Jumana pushes to make sure that those new bus bay signs are put up, who's going to actually install the new map in the kiosk? And so those kind of elements have to be maintained. Otherwise, we're misdirecting passengers and giving them great frustration. I go back to about 2007 when I first started meeting with the MTC, long before I was a BART director, about wayfinding signage, and we were visiting station after station and making similar recommendations. So it looks like we're this close now. So let's move forward. Thank you, everyone. With that, we'll move to the next item.
Director Rayburn, Bob Powers. So I'm going to turn this over just so we have a smooth transition. I'm going to get Carl going, starting the next item. I think it's an update on BART BTA, and then the folks in this room will migrate over to the other one. So Carl, if you could just take this away.
Okay, so a physical transition.
Carl, are we ready? Go ahead.
Let's get a sound check.
So audio check in staff conference room. No, we're not hearing you, Carl.
Okay, we're not there yet. We will be hearing an update on BART and the Valley Transportation Authority's Phase 2 project.
I think we got you, Carl. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, Carl, please proceed.
Okay. So yes, Carl Holmes, AGM Design and Construction. I'll be sharing an update on the Silicon Valley Extension Phase 2. We could show the presentation. The purpose of this presentation is really to give our board visibility as to where we are today. Not a lot has changed in terms of the components of Phase 2. However, there are some updates that we're expecting in the very near future in regards to the federal funding, as well as we're working with closely with BTA on the design criteria manuals, which is essential in regards to the design build contracts. And so we have 4 contract packages. VTA has 4 contract packages that we're working with them. And I'll just say them from memory while the slides will come up. The first contract package is for systems. The second contract package is for the tunnel and track work. Those 2 contract packages, they expect to, thank you. If you could go to, actually, I'll present from here. So the slide 2 just provides a general overview geographically. Again, nothing has changed there. And we've got the 6-mile extension, 4 stations, and again, the yard is critical to BART operations. The cost estimate and funding plan also have not changed. There are some slight adjustments in the application to FTA, but it's still in the $6.9 billion range. And that's related to some of the finance charges. The bottom 2 bullet points are really what I want to focus on. The fact that VTA got confirmation from FTA that they have accepted the application on May 15th, 2021. Why did it take so long for us to share that with you? Partly, there were some questions that FTA had that needed to be answered, and VTA was able to provide those clarifications. There was a risk workshop that was also inserted into the process. And so it took us a while to get that written confirmation that the 120-day clock, review clock, when it had started. So it's May 15th. And so with that, the expectation is that FTA will provide its decision on the grant application in September. So next month of its decision. We can go to slide 4, please. So this slide is intended to show the schedule framework. I started to get into these talking points. The upcoming milestone is the design criteria manual, which we're working very closely. We have BART staff that are working closely with VTA staff and their consultants, and we're really close to finalizing that effort. And that's key in getting things ready for the design build contracts that are upcoming. And so I put these into 2 categories. So the VTA contract award upcoming dates are next year, so summer 2022, and that would be for the systems contract package as well as the tunnel and track work contract package. Currently, they have shortlisted, they went through an RFQ process, and they have shortlisted on the systems contract 2 teams, and on the tunnel and track work, they've shortlisted 3 teams. And so in the very, very near future, they will be sending out an official RFP for each of those 2 contracts. And we have BART representation that's part of the evaluation panels all throughout the procurement process. And then the remaining 2 contracts, so namely contract packages 3 and 4 for the Newhall Yard, Santa Clara Station, and then the remaining 3 stations, those are set to anticipated award in summer of 2023. And so on the Newhall Yard and Santa Clara Station, that's probably the furthest away in terms of getting ready for an RFP, but still you'll see in the next slide that, which I'll show you in a minute, you'll see that it's closely behind stations, which is contract package 4. Just the other day, VTA actually sent or issued the RFQ, the request for qualifications, so that it will allow them to shortlist and get ready for an RFP. If we can go to slide 5, please. So this shows the Gantt chart. So graphically shows when these contract packages are expected to be completed, as well as when we would be ready for revenue service. We can go to the next slide. And so the next steps, we are again finalizing the design criteria manuals. We're at this point, as of a few minutes ago, at 88% complete. And so it's got the attention of myself and Shane Edwards and Sylvia Lamb in terms of making sure that we reach the finish line so that VTA can confidently issue this design criteria for those that will be bidding on the RFPs. And then we're continuing to support VTA with their contract procurements. And we expect an upcoming joint BART VTA committee meeting this fall, likely in October. With that, I will turn it back to you, Chairperson Rayburn, for public comment or questions.
Thank you very much, Carl, for that update. And the 88% complete, I have a question, point of order question, really. Could you define what 88% applies to? Does that include, say, the station design? Which...
So it includes, so there are 71 sections in this design criteria manual. 4 of them are related to the yard. So that 88% does not include those 4 because those 4 still need to be initiated by VTA's team. So that brings us down to 67. And of that, there are 8 sections that are remaining to finalize. This design criteria manual will be utilized on all 4 of the contract packages. So systems, tunnel track work, as well as stations in the yard.
Okay, great. Because I think there are several of us that are still concerned about the plans for the actual station entries and exits, particularly at Diridon and in the downtown. And right now they seem to be inadequate. So I'll first like to hear from any members of the public. If we have anyone, Jackie.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Robert Rayburn and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I'm going to speak on the basics of this plan. And I remember about 2 years ago, I came down to San Jose when you held a joint meeting with VTA. And I'm hoping we can get to work on hard construction soon. I do feel that this plan needs to be done in its entirety, which includes the route all the way to Santa Clara, for really 2 reasons. So first of all, Santa Clara is going to give us the space for our Newhall yard because we need space for train cars, and public transit will come back over time. And we're already having some constraints with train cars with our current system. So this yard will give us some more room. And also, I have traveled on several occasions between downtown San Jose and Santa Clara. And the bus transfer is time consuming, both waiting for the bus and then riding the bus to that part of Santa Clara. And even though Caltrain runs close to this route, Caltrain during the off-peak generally only runs once an hour from my experience. So this plan is not just about downtown San Jose, but reaching up into Santa Clara, which is also a large, fairly populated area that I have been to several times. So I think we're doing some new things with this. We have some single bore in here, and single bore is not new. There are some tunnels on the New York City subway that are single bore. The Twin Peaks Tunnel in San Francisco is single bore. So we can do this, but I think this plan needs to be supported in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dupree. Any other public comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, I'll turn to Director Allen, followed by Director Ames.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. So Carl, just some questions for you and your group. The first one is, what is BART's role in the procurement process? Now, I understand that VTA is essentially, managing the payment and of the construction of this line. But what's BART's role in the selection of the design build contractors? Is this going to come to any BART board vote, or is this your staff, just advising the VTA to make their selections? How's all this work?
So our representation includes having a vote on the RFQ process, on the RFP process. It's not something that will be presented to the BART board for approval, because it's under VTA's jurisdiction to procure and design and construct the facility. However, that's why I was making the point of our design criteria manual, to show that BART's involvement is early and often in terms of making sure that we have staff, engineering staff, project management staff, and even my involvement as well, so that our voice is heard consistently, and it's not something that will surprise VTA at the end when the facilities are constructed and they're wanting us to go into revenue service.
Thank you. So it sounds like this design criteria manual is really the key component for BART, and it's incredibly important that we get that right up front. No?
Yes, it's important, and that's why we have resources that are dedicated to making sure that we get that right. And we have actually meetings that have occurred, and I think occurring even as we speak right now, to solidify our requirements. Why are we going through this effort right now as opposed to just using what we had in phase one? Well, one main example is that there's a single bore tunnel. And so we have to make sure that our requirements are established and are made clear, so that the design build team, whenever they are selected, they understand what BART's requirements are. And we will not be taking a back seat, even after that process concludes. We will be involved in the process with the design review, so that we can make sure that our design criteria is properly followed as the design develops, and with the construction as well.
Okay. And then the other question is, so after selection of construction firms, design builders, so what role does BART have in the oversight of that construction progress as they move forward? After the design criteria is done, we have a design builder who takes that criteria and builds this extension. What's our oversight role from the standpoint of BART, both in the, I'm going to say from engineering to financial, right? Because we should be looking for oversight on the engineering and design side, which you've very carefully explained. But then once that begins, do we have any role in the oversight of cost overruns or anything like that, or is that strictly VTA's baby and it's up to them to pay for it all?
So I'll start with it's up to them to pay for it all. However, we are providing technical support. We have offered other types of support in regards to just utilizing our project experience. And if there are things that we can offer in regards to suggestions on how to do things differently, when we get to that point, which is similar to what we did towards the tail end of phase one. But we also have to be careful that we don't interfere in the commercial aspect of the arrangement in regards to dictating means and methods. So, but as owners, which even in our own contracts, we are active in providing strong suggestions. And in some cases, if we need to direct, we will, and we'll take that risk. But given that this is a VTA contract, we are somewhat removed from the detailed aspect of the commercial arrangements, but we are always in support and we will be present. But our direction will not be direction given to their contractor. It will be working with VTA so that VTA will be giving the direction to their design build team from a contractual perspective.
Okay, and I'm not sure I fully got my question answered, but we can talk offline further about this. So I guess the last question is, what is BART's budget with respect to all of that staff oversight? How much is BART spending on the participation of this project? And is VTA reimbursing us for everything that we expend in that in this partnership, or a portion of it? What is our investment?
So I'll tell you that right now our expected fiscal year expenditure is $8.8 million. And now it may increase as we get closer to RFP issuance and getting feedback from their either their potential design build team, or once they do select their design build team. But there's a distinct process that we, both agencies, agree to, so that each fiscal year there's an understanding of what is the BART resource alignment and what is expected in regards to the expenditures for that. Now, if we get to a point where we think we need more, then we need to come to the table with VTA and make sure that they are supporting those costs. But right now, the costs that we expend, they are reimbursing.
The full 8.8 million?
Yes, full.
Thank you.
It's a written agreement that's signed by both general managers.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen and Director Ames.
Thank you. Yeah, great questions and answers, Carl. Thank you. So can you remind me the 6.9 billion? How does that number have inflation in it? Construct.
It has finance charges and there's unallocated contingency, but I don't see, I'm looking at slide 3. I don't see where it shows inflation, but I know that they have escalation considered. It just is not called out specifically.
Okay, well, that would be good to clarify at the next joint meeting to see what inflation we have in there.
And I can follow up with you.
Yeah, that would be okay. And then the other question on procurement, you know, when VTA is issuing out these RFPs soon, are they going to have like an innovation clause where the contractors can come up with some kind of innovation cost, time saving ideas in the RFP package? I've seen that before on a lot smaller projects, but I just would hope that this is a way to do some evaluation of cost control ahead of time, and maybe we can get, like Director Rayburn had mentioned, that we can get both sides of the stations open, you know, built for access on both sides. And to get to that, which is, you know, of course, cost related, maybe VTA and BART can look at the RFPs in a way that they've got these innovative clauses in the RFP, which then the design build team can provide those ideas to the interview panel. So I'm just wondering if our VTA is going to do something like that.
So great question. I'm not aware if they have a specific innovation clause, however, and I will follow up. However, I am aware that during this process right now, currently for contracts 1 and 2, they have started, for example, for contract package 2, which is the tunnel and track work, they have issued a pre-RFP. So it's a preliminary RFP. The idea is to engage with the design builders, and there have been discussions with the teams in regards to getting their initial feedback prior to issuing an official RFP. So if there is not an innovation clause specifically, I know that they and BART are working innovatively to procure this effort, and that's one example of that.
Okay, that's a good idea, the pre-RFP idea, to get maybe some feedback from the design teams. But I think if you require that in the RFP, I hope VTA is thinking and BART is thinking about this, because that is a good way to select a team if they have some ideas that could save costs somehow. Anyway, that I would be interested in that, hearing about that at the next meeting. So thank you so much, Carl. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames, for your support and trying to make sure that we provide the safety and convenience for the passengers at these new stations. This past weekend, on Sunday, I exited the A's ball game, which was a near capacity crowd. And I can tell you that the busiest pedestrian walkway in the Bay Area between the A's stadium and the Coliseum BART, we trudged across it like I haven't seen crowds like this since about 2012, when the A's were in the playoffs and Scherzer was pitching against us. This is, I think, absolutely essential. And I don't actually trust that the 6.9 billion, which includes about $500 million in contingency, would cover the exits. And that would represent a substantial change order. So I hope that we get that design criteria completed early and on the table so that estimates can be created and reliably followed. Any other comments from the directors? Thank you very much, Carl, and I'll turn it back over to President Foley.
Thank you, Chairperson Rayburn. Let's turn to item 7, the General Manager's Report.
Ready? Yeah. Thanks, President Foley. Just a couple of updates for the board from the General Manager here. So let me start with the TSA, the Transportation Security Administration. Just make sure all of you are tracking. Last week, they updated their active order requiring face mask coverings and extended that at least through 18 January of 2022. So Alicia and Shane and folks here, we have already started updating all of our signage in our stations at the entrances, and we'll include some messaging in the cars. And so Alicia and Shane are all over that. And we continue to monitor face mask compliance. And as of August 9th, just a few weeks back, we were pushing 96% of our riders were in compliance. I'm going to get to my re-engaging on the listening tour, but Alicia and I are out there, and I witnessed it, you know, for the last 3 Wednesdays. Our station agents are handing out masks. I literally ask when I'm out there, can I see your stash of masks? They have a whole bunch in their drawer there. Ed Alvarez's chief of police, his folks have masks on them and handing them out. I witnessed that as well yesterday, as a matter of fact. So we're doing everything we can to encourage everybody to mask up when they're in the system. Let's turn to vaccinations. As of yesterday, just a day ago, I can verify that about 70% of BART employees are fully vaccinated, 70. And that's via our proof of vaccination that Veronica Thomas and others are monitoring. And so we hope to see an uptick in that. But right now we're at 70% proof positive that they have vaccinated. Listening tour. So we re-engaged in our listening tour, I think 3 Wednesdays ago, and very successful. I don't want to use the word remarkably successful, but I mean, it's very encouraging. We're out there in the system Wednesday morning and Wednesday afternoon, engaging our riders on the platform, on the concourse, talking to our frontline employees, station agents, SEIU folks, when we can, the TO as they come into the station, getting good feedback, getting good, I asked, where we can improve the system for the riders, and it's very encouraging. And I can tell you that, people are on the platforms, people are coming into the stations. And so it's quite encouraging. And folks have noticed a couple of things. One, they've noticed increased presence in the system, both from a uniformed officer to the ambassadors. They've said that very clearly to me. And they've also noticed improved cleaning. And so, that's good for us. It's good for you to know, you, all 9 of you who I work for, that, what I said we were going to do, what you told me to do is those results are being seen by the riders in our system. So I'll continue to report back out on the listening tour. A couple of updates on the political front. We did a very successful tour with the Assembly, the chairpersons for both the Senate and the Assembly Transportation Committees. And I believe Director Rayburn was standing right next to me at Lake Merritt. Director Lee, Director Simon, and many BART staff had the privilege of taking the Senate and the Assembly Transportation, Lena Gonzalez and Laura Friedman, on a 2-day tour of BART. Carl escorted them down to, it was part of the VTA effort down at Milpitas, and just a very successful effort. I wanted to thank Rod and Amanda Cruz. It was a lot of moving parts there up to the last minute about logistics, and they hung in there and were very flexible. But anyway, Rayburn and Lee and Director Simon, just thank you for participating in that and showing leadership there. I much appreciated. And, in my communications back to the chairpersons, that it was very well received and BART did a great job. Ridership, I hope you're all tracking on it. We surpassed 100,000 riders on the, Director Rayburn just mentioned his walk back from the game. I believe that was Friday night, Director Rayburn. And we were at about 102,000 riders from Pam's numbers here. And also Saturday and Sunday were our weekend records at 66,000 and 48,000. And I would say this, I can see ridership coming back. And it's being sustained when I'm out there looking on the platforms. And so I know it was 102, but on a Friday with the game, but we're routinely exceeding 90,000 riders out in the system. And so that's very encouraging. And Pam, just a reminder, Pam's got that nice dashboard that, we keep tracking on, and that we'll keep the board apprised on how we're doing on ridership, and that dashboard is the result of you 9 asking for, additional data sets there. So Pam did a nice job on that. And then if I'm not mistaken, I think next week, there is going to be a ribbon cutting at Powell Street Station, and I'm sure the San Francisco directors and all of you are tracking on that, but it'll be ribbon cutting for the unveiled at one of our new escalators at the Powell Street Station, one of Carl's projects, working with Sylvia and others. So that'll be quite exciting as well. So that's kind of my GM's update, and I'm happy to take any questions, President Foley, Vice President Salzman.
Thank you, GM Powers. It does look like we have one public commenter.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members of Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. I always enjoy hearing General Manager reports and not just with our current GM, Bob Powers, but it goes back to me hearing Grace Kronikin's reports. Lots of good things, brief and succinct as always. Masks and vaccinations are essential. I remember the days when masks were hard to come by. I was impatient about getting masks, and then I finally got a mask. I felt like I had struck gold. And then I was making phone calls about getting a vaccination. And finally they said, well, now you're eligible. I said, okay, well, when can I come in? I said, well, come in tomorrow. So I went and got my vaccination. I wasn't able to get it done in Grand Central Terminal, but I was able to get it somewhere. And we have to stay on top of that. So how do we encourage the public to and our workers to get vaccinations? I don't know. Certainly, hopefully some PSAs. And how do we get people excited about that? I wish that people would get excited and impatient to get their vaccinations and to get masks. And it's good that we're having masks out there. I remember the story of Windows on the World, a legendary restaurant at the top of the World Trade Center in New York City. That because sometimes men walked in the door without jackets, they provided them jackets, they could be seated in the dining room. So we want to continue to help people to comply. And I think that it is wise that the mandate is for the masks is going to continue into January. So it's good that we're emphasizing on this about keeping our system safe. I hope to be on the system soon. And I'm happy that we're getting more people on the system. It's going to come back. We're going to get to 400,000 someday. Someday the New York City subway is going to get back to 6 million people a day. So I'll be on the system. Too bad I won't be around on a Wednesday. I want to do the listening tour. And the more people that I see on the system, well, they'll get to see me, person without definitions, and more people will learn to know what to do with me when I get on to BART, because I'm a person just as much, and I believe in BART. It's a system that I care about, much in the vein of great and legendary systems like the New York City subway and Grand Central Terminal. But BART has something even more. It's the people system. Always remember that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Do we have any additional public comment?
Do not.
Thank you. Director Allen, did you have your hand raised for this item?
Nope, it was from the last item, but I did have an audit committee report. I'm not sure where you want to fit that in.
In a few moments, we'll jump to board members' reports after we complete GM's feedback. Any questions for the GM? I just had one item for the GM, or two, if you will. So Bob, I appreciate the updated numbers on our vaccination rates. I certainly look forward to opportunities to raise that number above that 70 percentile. Certainly something we need to work on together. And sort of, go ahead.
No, I 100%, President Foley. You know, we're doing everything we can to encourage people. And yeah, I want those numbers, 95%, 98%. So I'm with you.
All right. I was going to say 100%. That is correct. So
yeah, I'm pushing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And sort of going hand in hand with that, I would really encourage you to continue meeting with our labor partners to really help strengthen those vaccination numbers, but also just to keep those doors of communication open. So please certainly continue doing that. We've been able to work together to achieve a lot of great things in the last few years. Let's continue the ball rolling. And so please engage those labor partners and let's get this moving.
Absolutely, boss.
Super. And so with that, let's turn it over to board matters. And for the public, this is the opportunity for board members to provide reports, introduce items for roll call, but also to provide in memoriam. So let me turn it to Director Allen. And if there's other directors that wish to speak, please raise your hand. Director Allen.
Thank you, President Foley. So Audit Committee met last week on August 17th. There were three key items: a presentation of the Inspector General's audit plan, the presentation from the Association of IGs about standards-driven independence for Inspector General offices. This is a very interesting presentation from a third-party nonprofit association. If any of you wish or haven't actually had the opportunity to view it either during the meeting or elsewhere, I'd encourage all of our board members to request a link, and the public can do so as well from the district secretary's office. And then as well, there was a presentation by the Inspector General on 6 investigation reports.
Sorry, I just had to shut off my Zoom for a sec.
Mr.
Hey.
Duffy, we're hearing your conversation. Six
Yeah.
Inspector General reports were presented, and that was it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know that you can.
President Foley, you're muted.
Boy, talking about unmute and mute. Today's the day for technology. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Director Allen. And let's turn it over to Vice President Salzman and then to Directors Rayburn and Ames and Simon and Duffy.
So just a few things to report. One, though I wasn't able to make it to any of the BART portion of the tour with the Assembly and Senate transportation chairs, I did make it to a lunch with Assembly member Laura Friedman. Senator Gonzalez was not able to make it, but to lunch with her and several East Bay transportation leaders, and that was really fantastic. It was when the tour overall for the Bay Area first started, and she's, they're both new transportation chairs, so I look forward to us developing our relationships with them. And I think it's really fantastic that when Assemblymember Friedman first became chair, she said, I'm going to go visit every major transit agencies in the state. And so that's part of her goal and why she organized the trip along with MTC up here to see all the transit systems. I don't think any chair has ever done that before. So I think we have a lot to look forward to with the leadership of these two fantastic women. Look forward to working with them. And then a lot of my meetings lately have been related to the El Cerrito Plaza development. There was a city council meeting last week, I believe, and our staff did a fantastic job there presenting on access plans. And BART has been a great partner, helping the city get a consultant to look at on-street parking management, because the city didn't have the resources to do that on their own, and BART was able to do that through a grant. So we've really been good partners there. And then the developer team presented this week at the El Cerrito Democratic Club, and I attended that as well. And with staff this evening, I'm going to a virtual meeting with the Richmond Annex Association. So we're really trying to get to every group we possibly can and do as much outreach as we can. And then another El Cerrito thing I'm really excited about is we didn't get to do a ribbon cutting for the El Cerrito del Norte station modernization project, because I believe that was completed in May. It didn't feel really safe to do anything like that then. So we're doing something I think even better, which is we're having a big celebration at the station on September 10th from 4 to 6 p.m. There's going to be music and food trucks and signs up kind of explaining some of the improvements, and staff there to walk people through what's happening. And there's tons of safe outdoor space there. So it'll be a great way for the community to gather. And any of you, whether you've made it to the station or not, I highly recommend coming. If you can't come that evening, come soon to check it out. It's awesome, and watch out, because you're going to want all the improvements for all the stations that you represent.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vice President Salzman. Director Rayburn.
Michael, so much for your 11:05.
It's been a very busy month, and I really appreciate the opportunity to have met with the transportation leaders along with Senator Wajkowski at the Lake Merritt BART station with General Manager Powers. That went very well, and we were able to make our requests for assistance for the affordable housing, not only at Lake Merritt BART, but at West Oakland BART as well.
ETA if you needed help. So I didn't.
The I'm getting some bleed in from the conference room.
That's what gets us.
Michael Jones,
QAQC. So
we can hear you loud and clear.
GM Powers, if you could mute your mic in the conference room, please.
copy that. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. I also was joined by staff at a reception for the Oakland African American Chamber of Commerce and another reception that includes from the Alameda Labor Council that included a video appeal to stop the recall from Governor Gavin Newsom. And I've also given a couple of presentations this last month on the BART update. One was to the African American Chamber, another was to the Oakland Rotary. These have been very well received, and I hope to deliver additional presentations soon. I'll provide details on everything to the district secretary for the minutes. But I also want to note that at this very moment, the groundbreaking for Casa Sueños, 181 affordable housing units at Lake Merritt BART is taking place. And this is a tremendous, momentous occasion for the Unity Council to have cobbled together the funding for those units, along with funding for 48 units of supportive housing. It's a very heavy lift. I wish I could be there with them. I have promised I will be there at the ribbon cutting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Let's turn to Director Ames, then Director Simon.
Thank you. So I did attend the audit committee briefly on the I guess the 17th, and that was a great presentation. I hope we can put that live on for the community. It's all about independence, and there's a lot of ways to get there, but it was very informative. And I went on Tuesday to the Cal State East Bay Fall Festival. There was a lot of students there, college students there, and they didn't know about the START Clipper program, which we approved. Thank you. The BART board approved that for, I guess, an 18-month extension. And a lot of folks don't know about even the September special. So I hope that, it's all about the sales, right? The never go retail, right? So we have, additional discounts for fares, and the START program for Clipper, I hope really gets to the folks that need this. Somehow we need to do a little more outreach. On Tuesday, I also did I attended the South Bay Connect workshop 3. So they have a 10% design, and they're showing, it's actually an associated project next to the Ardenwood train stop. They are showing this elevator system that takes bus passengers up to the center of State Route 84, which is really right near the Dumbarton Bridge. It's probably about a few miles away. And I voiced concern. There are some people that voiced the same concern about having a passenger zone right in the middle of State Route 84. It's really noisy. It's not conducive for pedestrians. So that was a concern. I guess that's headed off by AC Transit, and still promoting to have South Bay Connect look at Union City BART Station as a potential capital corridor stop, because in the 10% design of the project, it also is going to activate the Oakland subdivision for freight, which goes directly next to our east opening for the Union City station. So I'm really concerned about freight conflicts with pedestrians. So this activation of the line also involves adding freight to Niles Canyon, which is on State Route 84. And then, so the final meeting I did on Tuesday, which was a marathon, was Caltrans is going to improve a bridge near the town of Sunol, and they're going to widen the bridge. They're going to add class 2 bike lanes. But again, State Route 84 is a 2-lane highway through 6 miles of this beautiful canyon that's our watershed. And ACTC has authorized highway improvements to expand the HOV express lanes on 680 from Dublin to Sunol, and also to extend additional access to Livermore. So we're motorizing our interstates. It's frustrating to me that we're directing people to take Niles Canyon to get to the Dumbarton Bridge, which is a 2-lane highway. And we're motorizing, we're actually adding like 30% of vehicle volume on our interstates all over the Bay Area. So somehow I hope this board, we can get involved with this to stop the motorization and the funding of these highway projects, interstate projects, and get people to transit. So a lot of good things happening out there, but I'm trying to like eliminate truck traffic or minimize truck traffic on State Highway 84, for example, through this canyon. And there's no answer from Caltrans or ACTC, the Alameda County Transportation Commission. Anyway, so the battle continues. Hopefully we're promoting more public transit and more accessible stations. And I'm worried about a few projects, as you can see, but thank you. I'm actually honored to be in this position to voice these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. Let's turn to Director Simon, then Director Dufty.
Sure. Thank you so much. A couple things that I just wanted to thank staff for 2 weeks ago on a very early Saturday. Rod Lee's team and I tabled all day at the Ashby Flea Market as part of our TOD process for Ashby. It's really important to us that we're consistently engaging with community groups, and at this point residents. Folks have a lot of questions, and they should, about what we're doing, and we'll continue to engage in that community consistently throughout the process. So I just want to thank staff for getting up literally at 8 o'clock in the morning was the setup time, and sitting and having very, very rich conversations. And really a special shout out to Friends of Adeline. It's a very active coalition, and they are deeply, deeply engaged in this process. And they tabled alongside us and brought a lot of folks, and definitely there was a lot of conversation and debate, but it's really good to be sort of in space. And I was able to go on the tour, and it was wonderfully organized and beautiful. And it was great to see our state elected see our system. We were on a new train. There was a lot of questions, and staff were great. And so I want to also just thank the team for that. I have 2 in memoriams. The first is for Michael Morgan. And Michael was a long-standing musical genius here in the Oakland community, and was the music director of the Oakland Symphony. And we lost Michael last week, and it's a huge loss to the art and cultural community. But again, as one of the first Black conductor to conduct a symphony at the San Francisco Symphony, he leaves again 30 years of so much, both with the Oakland and San Francisco Symphony. And so I want to extend our deep condolences to Michael, our maestro. And the second in memoriam is on behalf of the family of Stephen Gaines. Stephen was also a well-known artist here in Oakland, California, and a father of 3. And he founded a group called Zion I about 25 years ago. And Steve didn't make it to the age of 50, but what he will be remembered by in Oakland and actually across the country of being an extremely gifted, very, very, very thoughtful artist who brought amazing positivity to the hip hop community. And so again, wanting to extend our condolences to the Zion I family and to the community in Oakland and beyond who are deeply grieving Stephen's passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Simon. Director Dufty, then Director Allen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the last month, San Francisco lost 2 civic titans. And I'm requesting on behalf of the San Francisco directors, myself, Director Simon, and Director Lee, that we adjourn in their memory. First is Janice Mirikatani, who is the co-founder of Glide and an individual who is known and loved throughout San Francisco. She was a poet laureate of San Francisco. She was a woman who used her voice to talk about sexual violence that she experienced growing up and empowered many, many others to find the healing and speaking out about sexual violence that they had experienced and to hold those perpetrators accountable. Glide, as you know, is considered the heart of San Francisco, feeding millions of individuals who otherwise would have no lunch or dinner. It also, I think, set the example of how to be spiritual, but absolutely inclusive of individuals based on gender identity, ethnicity, religious backgrounds, age, being LGBTQ plus, and Jan and Cecil were really the most dynamic couple in San Francisco, and it is a tremendous loss to the great Cecil Williams, Reverend Williams, and to the Tenderloin, and to San Francisco, and to really far beyond. And so I just want to thank the board for this adjournment. The second in memoriam is for Ambassador James Hormel. Jim Hormel started as an heir to the Hormel meat fortune, and had a distinguished career in law and as a dean of students at a prestigious law school. But one of the most important things that happened is that Jim Hormel came out many years ago. He had kids and he was married, and his wife became a huge supporter of him in this new chapter of his life. But Jim Hormel truly was the architect behind the scenes of the modern LGBT civil rights movement. He used his own resources and gave generously to help build capacity of LGBT advocacy, whether it's legal advocacy or political advocacy or electing LGBTQ individuals to public office. Jim became an ambassador only through a recess appointment by President Bill Clinton, because Republican members of the Senate blocked his consideration for appointment despite his distinguished career. But he served as an ambassador for well over a year, and then has continued to be such a civic supporter in San Francisco. And these two individuals, their legacy will loom large in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dufty. Director Allen.
Yes, I'm sorry, I meant to add some memoriams of my own. We learned this morning of the tragic violence that's going on in Kabul, Afghanistan, as our country prepares to withdraw from Afghanistan. And bombings have occurred there this morning that have taken the lives of at least 12 of our Marine and Navy service members, as well as actually, I can't even find an account on the number of civilians that have died in these bombings. So I would ask that we also remember all of those people who are facing this tragic violence in Kabul as we close this meeting.
Thank you, Director Allen. And I too have an in memoriam. In fact, it's one of our own BART family members. For those that don't know, on Saturday, August 14th, we lost ATU member Gordon Robinson. Gordon started at BART back in June of 1996, and he worked in the cruise office for 25 years. Gordon was a well-liked and respected transportation administrative specialist. We will miss Gordon's voice and his laughter that truly filled the room when he was in it. Seeing him guaranteed a smile and a greeting every time. And with that, I'd like you to keep Gordon Robinson in your thoughts and your prayers. And shifting gears for just a moment, I wanted to just touch on an item that I had brought up during our budget workshops, unrelated, thankfully, to in memoriams. This was regarding actually overtime use at BART. And I know that I had asked that we look at trying to find a better way to define how overtime is being charged and really look at how it's broken down. Emergency overtime is different and has a different necessity than planned overtime, as might overtime needed for completion of a job at the end of a workday. So I wanted to ask staff if you could provide me with an update. It can be offline, but I would like to get an update on where we are on trying to better categorize how we track our overtime at the district. And I also wanted to clarify that when I raised that point, I was not being critical of our overtime use. And I just want to make it clear that I trust that our folks in the field and our folks that are actually out there doing the work that needs to be done are getting the opportunity to work that overtime as needed to get our jobs done. So I just wanted to be clear that raising the concern over how we track it was not any sort of condemnation on how we're using overtime. I trust that you folks are doing it well, it's planned, and it's used accordingly. So I simply ask that you make sure that that message was clear, and that we're using that overtime in a way that makes sense for us to run a railroad. And with that, I think we have completed our board matters. And wow, I was hoping we would be done in the 11 o'clock hour. We just hit noon. So let's go ahead and shift gears. We're going to move into closed session as listed on today's meeting agenda. Is there any public comment before we go into closed session? None? Director Duffy, did you have your hand raised?
I just wanted to ask if maybe we could just put in a 10-minute break before we start the closed session. Okay.
Of course.
Thank you.
We
All
have
right.
a public speaker.
We do? Okay.
Joe, you may address the board.
Hi, BART Board, it's me, Joe Kunzler. Thanks for the opportunity for public comment. I missed the earlier Seamless Bay Area thing, but I had groceries to unload. So I just really appreciate your continued support of Seamless Bay Area principles. I am a monthly donor, and hopefully if we can keep this COVID under some kind of control, I will be back riding the BART in mid-October. So hi to Elisa Trust and all the great directors of BART. Hope all is well. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. We appreciate your comments. All right. So with that, let's move into closed session. And why don't we do?
You have one more speaker.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
I need to pre.
Shay, you may address the board. Shay? Hello?
It looks like Shay is still muted.
Hello. Okay. Can
There
you
you
hear
go.
me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Shay, and I was just going back to one of the agenda items that was on the that I saw on the agenda. Is it per you all voting that for a new member to be allocated to BATF?
Yes, that is correct.
I was just making sure because maybe I missed that or something. I don't know.
Yes, that was taken care of under consent.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any additional public comment?
That is all.
Wonderful. All right. So folks, let's head over to our closed session. Again, as listed on today's meeting agenda. I estimate we'll be there for a few hours, and at which point we will come back to open session. Let's take a break until 12:15 and then join closed session then. Thank you.
We're all set.
Okay, the board has concluded its closed session and there is nothing to announce from the closed session. So this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.